I guess my mama always told me there'll be days like this. I wish my daddy would've showed me that this world ain't shit. We raise a black fist in protest cause it don't make sense. How y'all villainize the same guys that built this shit? If we ain't shucking or we jiving, we perceive this threat. But we the main ones that's dying and being laid to rest. I seen a black man get murdered right on Facebook Live, while his daughter sat in the backseat confused and cried. They took a young Tony.
The affirmative task we have now is to actually create a new world order.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order.
For 1989, President Bush said, and it was a phrase that I often use myself, that we needed a new world order.
I think his task will be to develop an overall strategy for America in this period when really a new world order can be created. It's a great opportunity, it isn't that?
And the hope that each of us has to build a new world order.
What's goody to the goddess, the goddesses, the gods and goddesses? We might not even deal with the gods tonight. What's goody to the goddesses? How about that? And what's popping to the people? I just realized that, like, you know, when I say gods, that's really supposed to be unisex, but all at the same time, sometimes we got to specify and get a queen of us. So what's goody to the goddesses? This is y'all night. So, I actually, maybe this ain't the best night to beat up on old Barack. What's good, little bro? Yeah, I was running late, man. So I usually send it out to everybody. I didn't get a chance to. So I tried to go off star power. Y'all showed me I ain't had none. So I went back and tried to bring my friends in. I just really want to, I want y'all to enjoy this as much as I'm going to enjoy it. That's what the bottom line is. Y'all got to enjoy this shit as much as I'm going to enjoy it. Because we going to do like a Lamborghini or some shit. We going to go from 0 to 60 real fucking fast tonight. And since this is supposed to be a lecture, I'm going to do my best to not even, because in lectures, I told y'all I don't cuss that much. So tonight, even though it's live, I'm going to try not to use a whole bunch of foul language. Now, y'all have seen my efforts in the past don't always work out, but that don't mean I'm not going to try. I want to get into some Obama shit, man. The biggest thing with this dude, and the thing that catch my attention the most is this right here. Peace, God. The thing that catch my attention the most is this right here. We could be so dead set on, see, when you're a victim, it puts you in a certain mind frame. So we so used to being victims of racism. Peace, Queen. Happy Mother's Day to all the queens in the chat. I'm going to keep saying that all night. We could be so dead set on people not being racist against us that it makes us racist and we don't even understand it. Now, technically speaking, from a logical standpoint, you cannot really be African American and be what is considered racist. Now, the root word of the term is race. So really, the origins of the word is something completely different. But the construct that they turned it into, to be racially indifferent with someone else, is one thing. But for me to be an actual racist, racism is a power construct. So, as a black man in America, we don't have any power entities countrywide, nationwide, that if I was to become racist to a white person, it doesn't affect him any kind of way. Now, you flip the quarter, a white person's racism can affect me in several different ways. So, that's just that little basic terminology when it comes to dealing with that. But either way it goes, we become what we hate the most. We don't want white people looking at us and judging us a certain way because of who we are. But we get so dead set on that, then you get a little snake like Obama who could slither in amongst us, and we suspect nothing of him because we so dead set on he's black. Now, I'm saying that to say this. At the beginning of this Obama campaign, I am going to take my inventory first and say, I'm guilty. That's why I said, who all voted for this guy? Let's be honest. I couldn't vote, but my mother ran the campaign for voting in this town. So she was very instrumental in helping people vote for Obama. I was helping her, and I basically took the stance, it's the first black president. If you don't vote for him, you a racist or a sellout. Either way, get the fuck away from me. That's the stance I took. Now, to take such a stance is the same behavior that I'm now saying we got to be careful of, because look how ignorant it made me. And it also made me turn on my brothers and sisters saying stuff like, you stupid, you a sellout, blah, blah, blah. But now, what's the flip side? White people all over the country, told us Obama was the Antichrist. Now, they went off of this biblical shit. Now, nobody seemed to think, I tell y'all all the time, I tell you, nobody stopped to think, okay, you seen at one point, you seen Europeans attack Obama and say that he was fulfilling, Peace Queen, he was fulfilling biblical scriptures of the Antichrist. What y'all did was attack that. But what you didn't stop and say is, wait a minute, why are Europeans connecting the Bible with modern day politics? That's the question you didn't ask. You just assumed they was hating because he was black. And then you got away from it, and all you stood your ground was, you're a racist. You don't want to see a black man, blah, 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 blah. Now, a large percentage of that did come from racism. But still, I tell y'all all the time, I'm the why man. I want to know why. So when I see random white people out of the blue start to make biblical connections with modern day politics, then I have to ask myself, before I say whether you're right or wrong, I have to ask myself, where'd you even come from with this analyzation? See, we too big, too good, too quick to go on the defensive. If it doesn't vibe with what I was taught was right, not even always what I researched, usually what I was told and what I was taught, meaning what I allowed someone else to implant within me. If you infringe upon the thought process or the belief system that I allowed someone else to infringe upon me, then you and I are at odds. Now let's just break that down and think about what that is really saying psychologically. I'm taking a thought process that someone else gave to me, and I'm so hell-bent on it that I'm going to turn my back and fight with my brother or my sister. And here's the psychosis. In my heart, I know for a fact I have not done any research in this area. However, because I want to defend someone else's thought process, I'll go to war, turn on family, and kill and die for something that in my heart, okay, it's on Front Street. It's the moment it's going down. But in my heart, I know I really don't got a clue if this person is actually wrong. I just think they're wrong. I haven't done any genuine research in the area, but I think they're wrong. And that's worth breaking all of these relationships over. And this is why I do what I do, because we got to stop that. So we got to be able to, as family, sit down and look at information, dissect it authentically, and then come up with an educated analysis off of information that we've looked into. Not just shit that this is how I feel. So what I want to do is, I said this at the beginning. One of the biggest problems that we face is putting certain individuals in our society. We have a celebrity-based society. And what that does is make you a blind follower. So we take celebrity figures and we equate stardom with intellect. And this is what becomes a problem. You live in a capitalistic society. Our society is all about get the money, ball, have these nice things, live a nice, have good finances, things of that nature. So when you live in a society like that, then what happens is you begin to equate success with intelligence. And if we look at some of our superstars and be honest with ourselves, i.e. Mayweather, you can't always equate intelligence with money. You can have $1 billion and can't really read. Now, am I bagging on him? No, not really. He still got $1 billion. But what I'm saying is, I got to be able to process things and think for myself. I got to see information and see what I think about it. You can tell me whatever you want. Now, after you're done telling me what you tell me, let me see what I think about it. So now, let's get back to Barry. The first problem that white America had, we got to do this like real scholars, real researchers, real journalists. Let's analyze what we got on the table and then what the problem appears to be. So now the first problem they had was, who is he? So now, you got somebody who was born in an Islamic state, and we are currently at war with Islam. So how does this guy get in? So now, white people start saying, where is he from? We want to see the birth certificate. Okay. Now, when we heard that, I'm going to tell you what I said. I told people like this right here. Let me show you how ignorance can be. Now, I'm somebody who at the time, I have people who will listen to what the fuck I'm talking about. And what I tell people who are interested in what I have to say is, there is no way that they let a nigga in the White House and didn't know for a fact he wasn't squeaky clean. So ain't no way in hell he got this far and he did anything illegal. Y'all could get that up. This was my intelligent argument. And I got a room full of people laughing like, hell yeah, you right. You see how shit can happen? Now, I got a room full of people who think I'm spiffy, and I just said one of the dumbest political statements of probably the fucking century. And they agreed. Why? Because they don't know politics either. So in my ignorance, I gave logic, they ate it up, and we moved on. And this is what happens every single day. So now let's kill that. Start with this right here. The intro in the lecture, I show you how many different presidents and huge political figures have given some variation of a New World Order speech. Now, we ain't got to go back because we dealing with one thing, but we have to deal with the root of this. What is the New World Order? Now, we broke that down when I broke down the back of the dollar. So for a quick review, it's all over the back of your dollar that this country has something going on with a Luciferian secret society. It's not a conspiracy. It is 100% fact that it is on the back of the $1 bill. So if the country does not believe in this philosophy, why does it still have these things on the money? So without getting all into how you feel emotionally, that's why we got to take emotions off the plate. What does facts tell us? factually speaking, in some way, shape, or form, the United States is in some type of pact with some type of Luciferian concept, because it's on the money. We can leave it at that. We also know, because of the money, that in some way, shape, or the form, the United States is somehow connected to Freemasonry. Not because I say so, not because it's a conspiracy, because it's on the back of your $1 bill. So, we done with that. So now, with that being said, it also says, Nodus Ordo Seclorum, on the back of your $1 bill. Nodus Ordo Seclorum. That is Order of the New Secular, New World Order. I didn't make that up. That's not a conspiracy. It's on the back of the money. So the back of your money says New World Order. Okay. So now, with that being said, how do we confirm this information? Because we have presidents that sit at the podium and they come out. The one who said it, a lot of them try to say it in codes. But if you want to look up anything that Henry Kissinger says or Bush Sr., Bush Sr. got one of the most famous presidential speeches where he come right out and said, we are about to achieve a new world order. Okay. Now, Barack Obama. Now, the reason why they like him is because he's clever and charismatic. So what Barack Obama is the master, he is a master linguist. He knows how to say shit smooth as hell so you don't catch it. So he makes statements like, we are getting closer to fulfilling a global ideology. And then he keep on going. Now, when he say a global ideology or a global identity, what the fuck is a global identity? That means the whole globe think the same way. New World Order. He's smart. That's why they like him. Now, here's another thing. What was the problem? Where is he from? Now, what we don't know from the outside looking in is it took this dude about 2 years to produce a birth certificate. Now, for 2 years straight, we got a United States president in office, and you got detectives hunting him down like they spending millions of dollars on the case to try to find out who the United States president is. Now, we can stop right there because we smart individuals. If you ask me where your money at, and I tell you I got it, and you tell me go get it, and I tell you I'll be right back, and then I go home and I don't answer your phone calls for 2 years, and then 2 years later I pull up on you, hand you a briefcase, and drive off. So we can assess a lot from this. We can assess, the first thing is, the only reason why it took 2 years to pay you your money is because I ain't have it. We can just do away with that. Okay, now the second thing is, the only reason why after 2 years I would pull up, hand you your money, and get up out of there is because it probably ain't going to be what you expect in the briefcase. So now, with that being said, 2 years later, this dude produced his birth certificate.
As we suspect, it is a fraudulent document. My original intent was to clear the President of the United States. But the investigation initiated by our cold case posse found far too many problems on the birth certificate.
We had two other individuals not utilized by us prior to March 1st, Garrett Pappett, Tim Stiletti Jr. Both of them independently, not knowing of each other, performed over 600 tests apiece on the long-form birth certificate doing computerized forensic analysis. They could not get the document to do what the long-form birth certificate does, the PDF file released by the White House, and independent of each other, both came to the same conclusion. So from a document forensic digital perspective, we believe The document has been tampered with, so much so that the only way to get it to do what it does is with blatant human intervention. You look at the Obama certificate, it points out on number 9, under race of the father, where it states African. It also points out, I believe that's business or place of employment. I can't say, I don't have my glasses on, excuse me. It has a number 9. We didn't know what the number 9s meant, but what we did know is when we looked at the Nordike documents, which are on the second easel over there, they were coded different. They were coded with the number 1. We still didn't know what it meant. Going to Hawaii proved to be extremely fruitful for us. Dr. Corsi agreed to come with us to Hawaii, paying his own way, for the sole purpose of doing research for us to try to determine what these numbers were and what they meant. Dr. Corsi went to the state archives, and he went to the Supreme Court Library in Hawaii, Honolulu, Hawaii, to do some of the research. It's time for this charade to stop. This is a real long time to be looking into something. A lot of money has been spent never to release this, and now that it's released, there's no evidence that it's authentic. There is not a document examiner in the nation that could go into a courtroom and declare this document authentic. It cannot be done.
So now you got a president who got people actively spending thousands of dollars trying to get his birth certificate. Now, here's where we got to assess a couple things at. First of all, for all of y'all who think that the president is the ultimate power, who the fuck is hiding the president's birth certificate? Who is the person that got everybody at bay? Who is the person telling the media not to report on this? Who is the person? Who is the people? What is the entity that is steady taking this information and acting like it doesn't exist while he go night after night in front of crowds? Who are the people not reporting this? How is it a lock on all of the media that nobody is saying we don't know who the president is? Now, this thing go back and forth to court. He finally produced the birth certificate. They haven't analyzed. Now they back in court because it's a forgery. Now the courts ain't responding no more. We just done with that. So the case go cold. Hear me when I tell you. The case to find out who the president of the most powerhouse, the most powerful entity on the planet, the president of that, is a guy who we can't find his birth certificate. Now, we ain't dealing with no conspiracy stuff tonight. We dealing with what we can prove. I'm telling y'all, we about to get heated up. Please hit the like. Please hit the share for me. I'm about to go in on this nigga. Now, watch this. Now, watch this. Okay. So you got, we don't know who he is. We don't got his birth certificate. Now, I got another problem. Let's deal with a little bit before the birth certificate. Now, you got, I say this all the time, you got presidential debates, right? Now, in a debate, you got basically, it's two people verbally ripping each other's head off. But more so what you're doing, you're telling the American people, now, dig this, honestly, we're going to take this at face value. All politicians are supposed to be honest. Your job is to report honestly to the American people. So, this is your responsibility. Now, I, as an American citizen, I'm torn between these two candidates. I haven't really committed to a party. This is my first time wanting to do my American thing and be a citizen. Let's just say, hey, I just got my right to vote back. Not that informed, but I want to do the right thing. So I asked my buddy, I said, what's the best way? One buddy says, vote this way. My other buddy says, no, vote that way. So my other buddy says, you know what? How about you come over tonight? We're going to have some beers, maybe smoke a couple bowls, and we're going to watch the presidential debates. And whoever you get the best vibe for, I think you should just follow that.
I think elections are about the future. But how do you determine what will happen in the future? Well, you have to look to the record. You have to look to what we say in campaigns and what we have done during our careers. And I want to be just very explicit about this. We are not, neither my campaign nor anyone associated with it, are in any way saying you did not oppose the war in Iraq. You did. You gave a great speech in 2002 opposing the war in Iraq. That was not what the point of our criticism was. It was after having given that speech, by the next year, the speech was off your website. By the next year, you were telling reporters that you agreed with President Bush in his conduct of the war. And by the next year, when you were in the Senate, you were voting to fund the war time after time after time. So it was more about the distinction between words and action.
So now Obama wins. And what I turn around and do is the same woman that I just spent the last year telling America how unfit she is for the country. I take that woman and make her my Secretary of State. This what the point I was getting to. I just had to paint that long ass picture so I didn't just throw y'all in it. Now understand, how is that? How do I tell you someone is so horrible for the country and how bad fit they are? And then, soon as I get a chance to hire the fucking Secretary of State, that's only, that's 3 shots away from the big dog. Why her? And if I'm her, why him? I just said he is extremely dishonest and he is misleading the people. Okay, so now, let's get into it. Now we in the White House. He hired her. Now, another thing is, y'all gotta know that there was a 3-day time period that Obama and Hillary disappeared. As senator, Obama was supposed to get on a flight. That flight was leaving Illinois, going to D.C. On that flight, he was going to discuss his policies and plans with his followers. Or, not followers, but with, high-up reporters. So now, they board the plane, lock the doors, and the plane take off. Obama didn't get on the plane. And the plane go wherever it go. Now, Hillary and Obama go MIA for 3 days straight. Now, I don't really support this dude, but he got the footage to prove it. The dude, Alex Jones, had a team of white people sneaking around following them. They tracked them people down outside the Marriott. Now, they outside, you see all of these limos on tent riding in. These are political figures. They had the hotel locked out. A whole wing of the hotel was locked down. You couldn't get in it. Like a whole couple floors or whatever. So now, when you look at a presidential campaign, when you look in the background, all of those corporations behind that president are corporations that put money behind him. Okay, so now my point is this. That meeting that the white dude Alex Jones say they was at was the Bilderberg meeting. Now, I know for a fact, once a year, all the top politicians on the planet meet at the Bilderberg group. And now, when you look at the list, Obama's name has been on that list, so has Clinton, so has Bush. These are facts. Also, you can look at presidential speeches, and in the back of Obama, you will see Trilateral Group and Bilderberg Group. They just look logos. Okay. Trilateral Group and Bilderberg Group. These are the Rockefellers and the Kissingers and the Rothschilds. These are the people that run the planet. These are their meetings for politicians. Now, if we research, you take Donald Trump off the playing field. You go to the last 5 politicians before Trump. I can show you a picture of every last one of them with the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds. You cannot step into the Oval Office without that meeting with them, unless you got a billionaire daddy and you don't need their money, i.e. your current president. But we're not here to deal with him. So now let's get back on Barry. So now here's the thing. You bring in Hillary. Now, Hillary is coming off of a huge scandal. Keep in mind, at the time that this is going on, the Clinton Foundation is a lot of money that came up missing. And Hillary is under investigation for missing money. So the lady who's under investigation for missing money that you said during the campaign was dishonest, that's who you're going to make Secretary of State. Okay, it makes sense, I guess. It makes sense. So now here we go. Let's get this ball rolling. So now, what's one of the first things he do? Let's get to the meat and potatoes. What did he do? He first said he was supposed to bring the troops back. He ran his campaign on bringing the troops back. Then it turned into in 6 months. Then 6 months turned into 12 months. Then 12 months turned into he's sending 30,000 more troops out to Afghanistan. Now, I'm going to provide documentation for all of this. Now, peep the play. You send troops to Afghanistan. I told y'all this before. What's in Afghanistan? Heroin. The number 2 or number 1 place on the planet at the time when America invaded for poppy was heroin. I mean for opium. I'm sorry, for opium. The number 1 or number 2, either number 1 or number 2 place on the planet for opium at the time when America invaded was Afghanistan. You can look that up. That's a fact. You also can look up the fact that since America invaded Afghanistan, the production in opium has went over like 10 times over. Meaning they make opium like 10 times more than they did before the war on terror. So now, we talked about this the other day. You got to think about this. Keep in mind, I got to always bring y'all back to this. If they fake 9/11, then there is no fucking war on terror. So everything they tell you past 9/11 is a lie. Because there's no war on terror. How could there be? There was never any initial terror. Now they're running this whole campaign. All of these presidents coming behind the podium and talking about things that we learning don't exist. And I'm finna prove that. I'm finna prove that they over there taking these people's shit. And they're living out biblical scripture. Because I told y'all, the reason why I've been prepping y'all with the Noah's Ark story, because if you watch my channel, then you already know Noah's Ark is a white supremacy story. And it warms you up for the Arab, the European, and the Asian to be in power. Preferably the Chinese. Because we can't say all Asians. But the Chinese, the European, and the Arab, according to biblical scripture, are supposed to enslave the African and will always be on top. And the European is God's favor. That's a Noah's Ark story. So what's my point? They prime you for that shit over there, and they warm you up over here, and then when you see it happening before you, the Arab in his scripture, he can preach it's supposed to go this way. God ordained it. And the European has even trained the African to believe that it's supposed to go this way. Because the scripture says that you piss God off. So since you piss God off, then you deserve to be at the mercy of what the white man has done to you. You broke the covenant. See, this doctrine is being played out through your political forum. They understand that. That's why this is a Christian nation, because they're living out the biblical prophecy. So now, that goes back to the whole, if we can say that, if we can go, see, we don't take it far enough. If we say politics is staged, okay, and if we say the president is selected, okay, if politics is staged and the president is selected, then that means each president gets selected for a certain moment. So, why did they choose 44? Why did they let the black guy be 44? Timing. Because 44 in occultism, basically, and I'm going to put the definition up for y'all, just so y'all know, all of this right here, I'm going to add slides to and drop tomorrow as a full-blown lecture. So you're going to get this, but even better with the slides. So that's why I'm giving you the information now. I'm just going to drop the slides in so you can get the visual tomorrow. So now with that being said, 44 is basically the number of the Antichrist. They tell y'all that 666 is the mark of the beast, the Antichrist. But we know from research, 6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons make up melanin, man, black man. So 666 really means black man. But the church teach you 666 is the Antichrist. So according to scripture, the black man is at odds with God. And the black man will, because of his being at odds with God, will become the Antichrist, just like in the story. So they tell you the black man is the Antichrist, and it's in the scriptures, and they give Obama, the black president, the number 44 because he's going to play out the Antichrist. And I'm going to tell you why. When he first got in office, white folks said he's the Antichrist. We called him racist. Now, I'm going to show you how someone who is living out the Antichrist, how he behaves. Now, keep in mind, if my job tonight is, in court, you state your case. So my case is that I'm going to show you, without a doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by the end of my presentation, I will without a doubt prove that Barack Hussein Obama has the exact same traits as the biblical Antichrist, and that he was intentionally giving that position and that number so that he could live out biblical scriptures and hands down become looked at as the worst president that the United States has ever had, maybe even in history. This is my claim. So that means throughout this presentation, I have to do everything in my power to show you the attributes of the devil, which means this is going to get really fucked up. So don't be saying I'm petty or none of that. Do not evaluate my character at the end of this. Evaluate the man I'm giving the information on. Don't look at the information I administer and say I'm fucked up. Because this shit finna get way worse than you think. But all I'm going to do is provide you with information. So with that being said, now let's look at the behavior of this dude. Now, 44 being that number, I just made the correlation between melanin and the biblical Antichrist. So hopefully we on the same page with that. Now let's move forward. You got Barack and Hillary. So now what you got is this. As a melanated man, now we're going to say, before even melanated man, you're the president of the United States. And being the first melanated president of the United States, you got a special thing you got to do, because like, I can't fuck this up. They're going to be really looking at me. Even though I know how I feel about my people, the way black people are perceived in this country, I'm going to have to play this above and beyond the call of duty. I'm going to have to be Mr. Squeaky Clean. So he gave you the speech of Mr. Squeaky Clean, but let's look at behavior. Okay, so here's my first strike against him. As an African-American president, you hire as your Secretary of State, but okay, as the first African-American president in the history of this planet, so they tell us, in the history of this nation, so they tell us, why would I hire as a Secretary of State the wife of the man who is responsible for locking up more African Americans than any president in history? Because you know, Bill Clinton passed the 85% laws. So this is the reason why everybody who you love damn near is locked up and ain't coming home no time soon. Bill Clinton did that. This your wife. You didn't divorce him afterwards. So you still agree with his policy. You never gave a speech going against what he said. You never gave a speech condemning your husband for making such a stance. So therefore, miss 85% of your time, the woman who was locked up, more African Americans than anybody in American history. That woman is who you hire as Secretary of fucking State, Mr. Barack Obama. That's my first charge against you. Because as a black man, president, I have a personal problem. I'm going to deal with you for what you did with African Americans. You can never sit alongside of me and help me run the country when you're responsible for locking up the black people that I say I'm finna come help. So my point is this right here. The first thing you do is hire Hillary. Huge mistake, because obviously, indirectly or directly, she does not like black people. Now, how we got every African American in the country to go say that Hillary is the next best thing for black people, it's got to be more manipulation. But now, okay, so now, him and Hillary in together. Now, let's look at one of their first acts of business. Now, we about to do the Bin Laden thing. Now, they told you Obama went over there, killed Bin Laden, brought him back, sprinkled his ashes over the sea. Okay, it's almost like Hitler died, but we never found the body. See, these is the bullshit games they play with y'all, because y'all ain't gonna look into shit. Y'all just hear shit and keep it moving. Okay, did anybody go ask a Muslim person, is this respectable to burn one of your dead leaders and throw his ashes upon the sea? Is this respectable Islamic custom? Because if you ask any Muslim people, they'll fuck around, slap you, or cut you. No, this is not respectable. Now, another thing is this right here. You painted him out to be the most savage thing since Hitler. You said this is the man responsible for wreaking havoc on America, terrorizing American soil. And you don't got a body for us. Nobody. But you got a movie. You got a movie. You got heroes. You got all this shit. But nobody. We never seen the body of Bin Laden, just so y'all know that. Now, I got a document I'm finna play from this dude that's gonna tell you Bin Laden is United States CIA, and he believed Bin Laden stay in D.C. living a good life, and he named the people he think he lived with. They laugh it off and say it's a joke. Why would that man say something like that?
My interview with Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. It turned out to be a feisty one. The president seemed to relish the give and take, which produced some startling and surreal moments. He even suggested at one point that Osama bin Laden is living quietly in Washington, D.C., home to the powerful woman he called Iran's enemy. You called Secretary of State Clinton an enemy of Iran. Do you consider President Obama an enemy of Iran as well?
I consider that there is a difference between Mr. Obama and Mrs. Clinton, but I'd like to ask, is Mrs. Clinton a friend of Iran in your opinion, as an American? In your mind, do you think she's a friend of ours?
I believe that Secretary of State Clinton is a friend of the Iranian people. I believe she is opposed to some actions of the Iranian government, specifically the development of nuclear enrichment, which could lead to a weapons program in the future.
Very well. We are friends of the American people. But if the United States stores several thousand nuclear bombs, threatens others, interferes in other countries' affairs, I would say these are actions that we're opposed to. Does that turn us into an enemy of the American people, or the enemy of the wrong policies adopted by some authorities? Is Mrs. Clinton a friend of the Iranian people? I represent the Iranian people.
How are President Obama and Secretary of State Clinton different?
Mrs. Clinton is interested in speedily moving relations with Iran to the point of a clash. Based on the information we possess, Mr. Obama does not have such an opinion. But there's a lot of pressure going around.
I spoke with President Obama in Prague 3 weeks ago now. He said he would push very hard for another round of UN sanctions unless and until Iran comes into compliance with the International Atomic Energy Agency.
No problem. Any measure he takes will be confronted by a position that we will announce.
How so?
We don't have a special friendship with Mr. Obama. We will act the same way as we have been doing so far against hostilities. Don't worry about us. We know how to defend ourselves.
You're not concerned about sanctions, even though it's not just the United States, it's France, it's Great Britain. I spoke with President Medvedev in St. Petersburg. He said now it's time for sanctions against the Iranians as well. Iran is becoming increasingly isolated.
We will not accept something that's being forced upon us. The issue that 3 or 4 countries possess a nuclear bomb and want to prevent the others from its peaceful nuclear energy goals, it is in violation of laws and against justice, and we will not accept it. Therefore, let's put it aside. This is not something that by threatening Iran or putting pressure on Iran will force Iran to change its positions. This is not something that will work. Its time has passed. For them, it is better to cooperate with Iran according to the laws.
But Mr. President, do you understand?
According to justice and on the basis of friendship.
You talk about international law, you talk about principles of justice and friendship. Do you understand how so many in the world community cannot take your statements at face value about nuclear weapons? You say you don't want nuclear weapons when you refuse to comply with the guidelines set out by the International Atomic Energy Agency.
118 member states of the non-aligned movement have declared their support for Iran's position. Don't they count? 57 Islamic countries have supported the Iranian position. Look, Mr. Stephanopoulos, this outlook is wrong. This opinion that some American authorities have are the root cause of the world's problems. That someone who possesses nuclear bombs tells others not to use it for peaceful means.
It's clear from listening to you that you're not concerned about another round of sanctions. But it's also been pretty clear to most observers that if Iran continues on this path, that the state of Israel will take matters into its own hands and take out Iran's nuclear program through military means.
Iran will definitely continue its path. You should not even doubt that we will continue our path.
But aren't you playing with fire? The potential of an Israeli military strike?
Do they want to attack us? They're not a factor in our defense doctrine. We don't even count them.
You don't plan for that at all?
They're finished. The Zionist regime is finished. They can't even manage Gaza. They want to get into a conflict with Iran? Everybody knows about this, and I'm surprised that you as a professional journalist don't know. All world politicians know about it.
So you're not...
The Zionist regime can't manage Gaza. Do they want to get into a conflict with Iran?
One final question. There's a new documentary out that says that Osama bin Laden is living in Tehran. Is Osama bin Laden in Tehran?
Your question is laughable.
Why?
The U.S. government has invaded Afghanistan in order to arrest bin Laden. They probably know where bin Laden is. If they don't know where bin Laden is, why did they invade? First, they invaded. Then they tried to find out where he is. Is that logical? Do you think this is logical?
What I think is that you didn't answer my question. Is he in Tehran or not?
Our position is quite clear. Some journalists have said bin Laden is in Iran. These words don't have legal value. Our position towards Afghanistan and against terrorism is quite clear.
Is it true or not?
Maybe you know, but I don't know.
I'm asking you, you're the president of Iran.
I don't know such a thing. You are giving news which is very strange.
So let me ask it a different way. If you did know that Osama bin Laden was in Tehran, would you show him hospitality? Would you expel him? Would you arrest him?
I heard that Osama bin Laden is in Washington, D.C.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. He's there because he was a previous partner of Mr. Bush. They were colleagues, in fact, in the old days. You know that. They worked together. Mr. bin Laden never cooperated with Iran, but he cooperated with Mr. Bush.
I'll ask one more time and then I'll let you go. If you knew that Osama bin Laden was in Tehran, which you say you don't, if you knew, would you expel him? Would you arrest him? Would you show him hospitality?
Our borders are closed to the illegal entry of anyone. Anyone, whoever that may be. Whether it's the 3 American mountaineers, Mr. bin Laden, or anyone else, the borders are closed. Our position is clear.
But you deny categorically that he's in Tehran today. He is not, Osama bin Laden is not in Tehran today?
Rest assured that he's in Washington. I think there's a high chance he's there.
I don't agree, but thank you for your time, Mr. President.
So basically, dude was saying, you're not finna debo us or bully us into doing nothing. And everything that's going on right now is because of y'all come around fucking with people. Now, my point is, this dude was super intense. When he say bin Laden stay in D.C., the 10-minute interview before that don't give you no impression that he's the kind of guy that cracked jokes. He wasn't being funny. He was being serious as fuck. So what I'm saying is, you can look this up, and I'm going to provide information, but bin Laden, in the 80s, was United States CIA. So that is criminal intelligence. How do you go from being intelligence? That is a spy. That is the guy who infiltrates organizations and tells us what's happening. How do you go from the guy who gets paid to infiltrate people? Did you infiltrate one group? They made you the leader and you was like, fuck it, I'm gonna stay? You gotta think about the stuff that's being said to us. You want us to believe that a guy who was a high-level CIA operative at some point decided that he was gonna, what? I got paid to be both. Why the fuck am I picking the guy that's gonna die? I'm getting paid to be both. So I'm gonna side with the guy that's gonna die, start a whole revolution, and so you kill him, but you don't come up with nobody. Now the whole time, they telling y'all, they telling you right now 5G gonna kill us and the whole world is wired for sound. But you got a little Arab in a cave with a cane and a flip phone terrorizing the United States. Come on, man, this shit ain't real. It's not real. But we so caught up in boogeyman bullshit that we believe it and we don't think about it. It's not real. So now let's keep it moving. So now, bin Laden dies. And they put out the movie, the Navy SEAL 6 team, right? Which was weird because it was like 30 of them. I don't know. So now, here's where shit get real interesting. So they give you this glorious story about how basically they snuck in the middle of the night, they bust thumpers, laid the guards down, had a shootout, shot their way to bin Laden, caught him, knocked his head off. Nigga, we don't play. America. Go SEALs. Okay, but look though. How about one of the SEALs that was actually there? He said the Pakistani people was already helping us. Whoever they was looking for, they had people on the inside. He said, we got off the chopper. There were no guards. They walked us through. He was in a holding cell waiting for us. we ran in there and killed him. They walked through all the guards, no shootouts, no fighting, no nothing. Dude was in a cell, motherfucker walked into the cell, knocked his top off, the end. What happened to the hero shit and the choppers and the gun, man down and all that shit? Now, what I believe is they hit somebody that night. My guess is they hit the leader of who was really leading the regime, because it wasn't no fucking Bin Laden. Bin Laden is a CIA agent. And Bin Laden is dead already. He been dead. He died like in 01 or some shit. So, therefore, and I got the OG Dick Gregory do a whole thing, right? This is about the time when I will be dropping Dick Gregory on y'all ass to let old school let you know that Bin Laden been out of there.
Who was the folks that went in that room? What they call them? Navy SEALs. Oh, yo, where all of them are dead now? Killed here in America? Huh?
So the whole Navy SEAL team that just allegedly saved Bin Laden got knocked out the sky in a chopper the very next night. 30 people dead. Now, that leaves only one guy left that was on that alleged mission. Tell me why this guy is out hunting with some other Navy SEALs and accidentally gets shot in the back of the head. Facts. I said the last guy of this Navy SEAL team is out hunting with some more Navy SEALs and accidentally gets the back of his fucking head blown off. So everybody who allegedly went on that mission is dead. This happened within the first year. So by the end of that first year, Peace Queen. So by the end of that first year, here's what we got. Let's sum up the Bin Laden mission at the end of the year one after Bin Laden. We got the guy who who blew up the towers for 9/11. We got him captured, murdered, burned, and spread out amongst the sea without the American people seeing any of this. And we got the entire team that's responsible for doing it dead. I'm just the messenger. Hashtag. I'm just the messenger. You take that and do what you want to do with it. So now, this makes dude a national hero. Because peep the plot. You got everybody before him was bumbling idiots. So he come in, once again. Now, what do they say about, I'm going to keep making these correlations. What do they say about the Antichrist in Revelations? They say he will come as the person that everybody likes. He will appear to be the Savior. But under this new system, it really will be the beginning of the end. I'm paraphrasing, but this is what Revelation says about the Antichrist. So now, we looking at how he come through the door. He take racism and he flush it down the toilet. White folks never been so goddamn friendly. That's the one thing. For them 8 years, white people was marvelous. Like you had some of the friendliest white people on the earth for 8 years straight. On the 9th year, they went back to nigger, but with the ER. But for 8 years, hey, whatever. So either way it go. So now, for 8 years, you got this alleged thing. But now you got the Savior. He got the Bin Laden done out the way. So now, what's the next thing? Now we got a situation. Benghazi. Now here's where Hillary get involved. And I broke this down the other night. And this going to be in sections. So after this, we're going to go to the next section. So now with the Benghazi thing, here's what go down. Now, keep in mind, what they're trying to do is conquer the Middle East. Now, the reason why you got to get Barack Obama right now is because they got one leg in the Middle East. They're trying to completely take it over. So now, the way you take it over, when you got a bunch of white guys that's looked at as warmongers in the Middle East getting tired of their shit. Then you get a guy from, allegedly from Kenya, and he's got an Islamic background. So if you got a guy from an African nation with an Islamic background in the presidency, think about what that does to the people who you got to do foreign business with, who think you just a bunch of racist psychotics. You show them that your system of governing is flexible because it was smart enough to bring in one of their own. Now look at the complexion of Obama. He had to be that complexion because he's the same complexion as the Middle East people. If you think all this is an accident, you're a fool. This was done intentionally. Now, check this out. Now, what you got to do is this right here. Now you got to understand, for your next 8 years, your foreign policy, all presidents got domestic and foreign policies. What you got to do domestically, what you got to do foreignly. So if all your business is in the Middle East, and for the next 8 years, the face of your foreign policy is the same color as them, with their same heritage and background, it's easier to do business. Now, you got pictures, and I'm going to show the footage when Obama, and this shit went viral, just to show you. When Obama walked up to the Saudi prince, he bowed. America lost their fucking mind like, you did what? It was all over the news. We didn't hear about it. It was a big deal. Because you the most powerful nation on the planet. Why are you bowing to a Saudi prince? I told y'all. See, this whole royalty thing is given to you by the Vatican. So your royalty, you got rank. An American president is not, he high ranking, but he ain't to real royalty. So in the face of real royalty, unless you somebody like Bush Sr., because he had real status. Now when he walk in the building, you better act right. It depends on who you is. All this shit go about your secret society status, what level you done reached. So now with that being said, Obama go viral for bowing to a Saudi prince. He doing business all through the Middle East. So now what is they trying to do? They want Libya. Now here's the problem. But they want the whole Middle East. What's stopping them from taking over the Middle East is Gaddafi. Gaddafi is a liberator. Now the problem is this. Gaddafi once played ball with them. But now he got so much money, he play how he want to play. This is a problem. You can't play with us at one point and then decide when you don't. So now is where I got to use my own thought process and feel like at some point the negotiations between America and the Middle East have to be going bad, because if we supposed to be splitting territory, why the fuck you keep taking and killing? So even though it's arranged that y'all supposed to get shit, I think at some point certain boundaries is getting overstepped because people on the other side want to push a little bit harder. Like, fuck it, we want it now. So now you look at it like that right there, and then you say, okay, at some point Gaddafi get billions and realize, okay, y'all doing too much. It was cool. We took down a couple of, you know what I'm saying? You know, like if you put it on the mafia level, two gangs are coming together to get rid of another person, it's in our best interest to whack him. We'll come together and do that, divide up the territory. I'm with that. He had fucked up views. He was a small fry. Okay. Okay, but now you come to me, you want to do that again on one of my spots. Okay, our job is to hit spots. But you telling me you want to hit one of my spots. And we going to fake it and we going to give you the money. Hell. No. It's plenty of other shit we could do. We not finna hit my shit. Now we got a problem. Because on this side say, you been doing it. What's the difference? And this side say, you getting a little too comfortable and you getting a little too fucking greedy. Stop acting like I'm a little guy. On paper, you look bigger than me. Well, we both know what I'm capable of. Stop acting like I'm a little guy. So now, what Gaddafi started doing is, if America busting a move on the wrong person, Gaddafi would form what you call a resistance. I drop that bag with my people and make you calm down, nigga. So now, you warring over here, you getting greedy over here. If I put some money over here, you start getting your ass spanked over here, you got to fall back and focus on over here. All right, nigga, be cool before something happen to you. This is what's been going on between Gaddafi and the United States, going back and forth. Okay, so now Gaddafi getting tired of the relationship. Now, this is a big thing now. Who was China about? Who was Gaddafi? I told on myself. One of the people Gaddafi was about to do business with was China. Now, what they was about to do was the same thing that I tell you. Every time you do this, you piss America off. When you fuck with the money. The American dollar is depleted. A lot of what they doing is for survival. The American money is fucked up right now. So, what they doing is getting on some pirate shit. So that's a lot of what you're seeing is what that's all about. So now that the American money is depleting, and basically what Gaddafi was doing was partnering up with other nations, and they was about to come up with a currency that was backed by gold. American money's not backed by nothing. And that is another reason why they don't want Trump in. Trump went and got all the gold that they stole. America been stealing gold. They've been raiding countries and stealing gold. They took the gold that was supposed to be in America. They took it, lent it out, did all kind of dirty shit with it. They've been stealing gold. The gold and whatchamacallit came up missing in New York or wherever. That was America. That's why they made the Die Hard movie. That was about them stealing the money from the Treasury. Or the whatchamacallit. So you dealing with pirates. So now what Trump doing is he trying to put the money back, get rid of the Federal Reserve is the trap. If you get rid of the Federal Reserve, you take the gold and put it back back it by the money, then your currency will really mean something. The reason why our dollar depleting because it's not backed by nothing. So with all of that being said, this is a lot of what's going on. So what Gaddafi understand in politics, he know the American money falling off. Hey, I'm rich, baby. I ain't got no problem with that. So what he doing, he was partnering up with China, and it's another nation, I can't think right off the top, and they was about to come with a global currency. This pisses America off and make Gaddafi a target. Because now you're going behind our back on some funny shit. This also strains trade relationships between America. Now what you got to deal with is this right here. So now we got to get rid of Gaddafi. And Gaddafi know this. So now Gaddafi is putting money behind them wolves. So now this war on terror is turned into a real fight because they ain't no more laying down because y'all getting too greedy. So now America starts villainizing through the media, villainizing Gaddafi. Soon as you start seeing somebody is a tyrant on the news, America's about to kill him. Point blank, period. Just that simple. This dude bragged about killing bin Laden. He wasn't say he bragged about it. Said if you think we not resilient, and if you think we don't got a good memory, ask bin Laden. He bragging at the podium about whacking bin Laden. Said if you think we not resilient, and if you think we don't got a good memory, we might not get you when we want to, but we got a good memory. If you don't think so, ask bin Laden. What the fuck? Did he just say some rapper shit at the podium? Did this nigga just turn this into a rap beef at the podium? Hey, this dude was real cocky, man. This the type of dude, he got off the airplane. You know, it's in the military handbook that you cannot have nothing in your hand when you salute. If you got something in your hand, you're supposed to move it to the other hand. He get off Air Force One and salute one of the Marines with his goddamn espresso in his hand. Another thing went viral. They felt disrespected. These people, life is on the line to protect you, and you can't even move your fucking coffee and give me a proper salute? He was walking through the garden and forgot to salute one of the Marines. The Marines stopped him like, hey, over here, President. That shit went viral. He be doing a lot of shit that because we in this racial bag, we don't pay attention to. How the fuck you forgetting? That's like, every time I see my Panthers, the first thing I say is peace, God. How I don't speak to the people who were, they in the trenches side by side with me. How I see one of my brothers and don't acknowledge him with a, that don't make sense. We don't never do that. I ain't never seen one of my Panthers in peace, God. I don't care if I just seen him 10 minutes ago. If I see him again, peace, God. Now, you got a military, you got an army behind you, the biggest one on the planet, and you forget to acknowledge your soldiers repeatedly. This seemed little to y'all, but this shit made headline news, and white America was pissed. Because you never, no other president ever forget no fucking salutes. They say Hillary, the soldiers don't like her at all. They say she got so much disdain for them, it's like you could tell she looked down on them. People don't even like serving for her. But now, okay, so now let's get back to this. So now the plan is we got to get our way into Libya. So now what we trying to do is this the Benghazi thing. Now, the problem with the Benghazi thing is this. They're trying to start a war. So they hide behind Al-Qaeda. What they do is they create a terrorist group, you bring it up through the ranks, and then that group is what you use to start uproars when you want to overthrow a nation. You start within. You ask anybody, war strategy. If you want to tear down a nation, you do it from within. So for y'all thinking that two people have fights from out here and then they just start dropping bombs on each other is absurd. You gotta, how do I know when's a good time to strike you? If I want to shoot at you, when they announce, think about this. People get on TV and say, we going to war with such and such day, and we're about to start deploying troops over there. What's to stop them from coming right now and blowing your ass out? Soon as your ass get off the TV, what's to stop them from sending planes right now? In the middle of, you know, press conference be like 3 hours. They threaten you for like 3 hours playing funeral music and some more shit. How come ain't nobody never got hit with a bomb in the middle of a long ass speech about we finna do something to you? Stage, WWF, flying elbow drop, bullshit. So now, my point is, war starts from within. You got people on the inside wreaking havoc. This is how you get all your information. This is how you know when and where to hit. You trust it. How do you trust information from people who are not there and have not been a part of the community? I don't trust nobody who is not intimately in. Okay, this is governmental problems. I'm trying to find out when I strike another government for war. How do I trust my intel if it didn't come from someone within the government? I'm going to let some, think about it. They show y'all these little dusty ass niggas with their pants sagging, shooting AKs and and y'all think these people is overthrowing governments. Man, it's like 17 retarded niggas and 12 pistols. They are not a regime overthrowing a fucking nation. They're just there to cause controversy and keep your ass posted on the action. How we got pictures, okay, the war ain't started yet. We got footage of people getting bombed. But when we go over there, the people say, America, we don't need your help. So if the people say they don't want America's help, then why is the news channel sending America footage? Duh, it's our news over there already. Who lets you set up your news in they shit? These are just common sense things. Just because you see an Arab face on it and some squiggly lines that you don't understand, and it says Arabic Tonight, that doesn't mean America don't own it. Doesn't mean it's not a CBS company. You think CBS only got American companies? AT&T only got American entity? Come on, man. It's just common sense shit. So what I'm saying is, you start an uprising from the inside. So this is what the Benghazi thing is. They trying to put governments in place. It's what they always do. They tear you down and then they put the implant in. Now, when you use real nigga logic, you have to say whoever the United States ambassador was that was in Benghazi is somebody that did not fit their criteria. They didn't want them in there. So now, they got CIA operatives and they got a United States ambassador set up shop in Libya. This place get under fire. I'm not going to break it down because I just broke it down the other day, and plus I'm going to put some more information in. But either way it go, they get under fire. When they get under fire, Hillary Clinton is the person in charge of getting help. She ignored this shit. These people get under attack at 4 something in the afternoon. These people are hollering for help and under fire until 11 o'clock at fucking night. Down there, everybody gets murdered. They got all inexperienced people, nobody to help. Everybody got slaughtered. She gets caught lying repeatedly. She testifies, she keep getting lying. First she say that it was because of a footage that got leaked about some riots that incited retaliation. But the footage that got leaked was in Egypt. Where they at is Libya. 2 completely different places. You're supposed to know this. So, but she got on the phone after she told the United States. She held a press conference and repeatedly keeps at the press conferences telling the United States it's about this footage. But that night, she sent out 4 or 5 different emails and phone calls. And in each one of them, she said that it was Al-Qaeda. And she knew that it didn't have nothing to do with the riots. So why do you keep doing press conferences telling us it's about the riots, but you telling everybody else you know for a fact it's not? So right now, that's part of the problem. Now, this leads us into the email shits where she got the locked emails. That was part of the problem. When she's testifying for Benghazi, they want to know about emails. The emails, that's when she first started tearing up the emails and shit. So, long story short, that's going on. So now, here's the thing. What we find out is, basically, they orchestrated a hit on their own people. They steady get caught lying about it. So now, what are you trying to do? You trying to stir up corruption. What they wanted to do is, the Taliban is really United States. Motherfucking Gaddafi got a hunch about that, but he ain't gonna come out and say it. So really, Gaddafi don't like the Taliban either. So what they trying to do is make it look like the Taliban is making a hit on Gaddafi's soil, on American soil. So it'll give America the right to go in there and start some bullshit. That's what they was trying to do. Okay, that shit didn't fly. So now they got to create this this thing. They got to keep pushing the narrative that Gaddafi is a terrorist.
So thank you very much for giving us this interview, because you're a very busy man. Could you help me? What is the correct way for me to address you? Should I call you leader or brother leader? What is the most appropriate way?
As you like, you are free.
Okay. When I told people that I was going to be able to interview you, they were intrigued. They are fascinated by yourself, because you appear to have changed recently from the sort of person they were used to reading about and seeing on television to a different kind of Muammar Gaddafi. Why do we think that you have changed?
هو العالم هو اللي يتغير.
But is there anything in particular that prompted you to go from a person who was at one point regarded as a dangerous person?
طبعا أنا قايم بثورة عندها أطروحات عالمية وساهمت في حركات التحرير مساهمة فعالة، والدول المستعمرة لا تريد هذا طبعا، عشان كذا صوروني بهذه الصورة. أنا يعني مبادئي ما تغيرتش عنها.
So when many people throughout the Western world in particular regarded you as a sponsor of terrorism, is that no longer the case?
طبعا الغرب يعتبر حركات التحرير حركات إرهاب، عشان كذا بيتهموني بإني أيد الإرهاب لأني أنا بنأيد حركة التحرر.
What about Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden? Because you have spoken out very firmly against Osama bin Laden. In fact, you were the first leader to call for his arrest.
لا يعني هذه جماعة إرهابية، يعني إحنا نتفق معها إطلاقا.
What's the difference between a terrorist group and the liberation movement in your eyes?
والله المناضل اللي عند أرض محتلة يريد يحررها، أما الإرهابي الذي يريد أن يقتل الناس وأحيانا ما يكونش عنده برنامج، عنده خطة.
So what about Al-Qaeda?
أعتقد الأسلوب الذي اتخذه هؤلاء الناس هو يعني زوبعة في فنجان، ما عندهاش مبررات البقاء يعني.
So was September the 11th a storm in a teacup?
طبعا هي إحدى العمليات الإرهابية يعني.
Do you have any idea of what should be done to combat terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda?
هو لازم نرد عليهم بالحجج اللي هم يتعلوا بها. هم مثلا يتهموا أمريكا بالاعتداء على العالم الإسلامي والهيمنة على العالم الإسلامي والتدخل في شؤونه وقهره، وأن هي بتأيد ذبح الشعب الفلسطيني وتشريده وعدم عودته لأرضه، وزاد أيدهم في حجتهم هذه ما حصل في العراق وفي غزة
Can we go back to whether or not you have changed? Because the impression the world has is that you have softened. You are more capable of living peacefully with the rest of the Western world, for instance.
أنا بقول يعني أنا كنت شديد ضد الاستعمار اللي كان يحتل أفريقيا ويحتل أجزاء كبيرة من كنا نخوض كفاح مسلح، وبالتالي لازم يكون الواحد قوي فعلا في هذا لكن الآن ما عاد في حد يطلب منك سلاح، الآن يطلب منك مساعدات اقتصادية، وبالتالي تغير موقف.
Some of the reasons people think that you have softened your position and that you're no longer as dangerous as people used to say you were is because you have said you have no nuclear program, no weapons of mass destruction, yes, and that you believe that people like bin Laden are not the right kind of people to represent Islam.
طبعا يعني زي البرنامج النووي هذا يعني خضع لمراجعة جادة منا، لأن احنا بديناه من بعد قيام الثورة والعالم تغير
You did have a weapons of mass destruction program.
طبعا كان فيه، ولكن راجعنا ان لقينا هذا غير مجدي، وعدد من يعني كل الدول كانت تتباهى بان هي في هذا الطريق.
So you're no longer fashionable.
طبعا يعني احنا الان ما فيش.
Some cynical commentators have said that one of the reasons that you got rid of your weapons of mass destruction program is because you feared the same fate as Saddam Hussein in Iraq.
لا احنا يعني بدأنا في هذا البرنامج في التخلي عن هذا البرنامج والمفاوضات مع الدول الكبرى بدأت قبل العراق.
Could we talk about Lockerbie? Because in the Western world, if the word Lockerbie is mentioned, the name Gaddafi is mentioned. When you hear the word Lockerbie, what do you think?
طبعا هذا الحقيقة يعني ما حد يقبل العمل ضد الأهداف المدنية وإسقاط الطائرات المدنية، وما أعتقد أن فيه دولة بتكون مسؤولة عن عمل زي هذا وتقرر عمل زي هذا.
So you could look the world in the face and say quite honestly that you did not order the Lockerbie attack?
طبعا يعني مش ممكن أي دولة تقوم بعمل مثله.
Do you think that the man accused actually was responsible for that bombing of that plane that killed 270 people, and he was a Libyan intelligence officer?
هو ليس ضابط مخابرات، هو أستاذ في الجامعة، ولو استمر الاستئناف في المحكمة الأوروبية لطلع بريء أكيد.
Do you think he was guilty?
لا أعتقد ذلك، يعني لأن يعني المحكمة العدل الدولية نفسها قالت أن هذه محاكمة سياسية.
So how do you feel that Libya and yourself in particular have been linked with that disaster?
طبعا مثل ما قلنا، يعني في ذلك الوقت كان أي شيء يعلقوا على ليبيا، لأن ليبيا تقود حركة التحرر. حتى الآن ممكن أشياء يقوموا بها ناس إرهابيين قد لا يكون لهم علاقة ببن لادن، ولكن تنسب على طول لبن لادن.
If Lockerbie had nothing to do with you and Libya, why did you offer so much money in compensation to the families of the victims?
هذه تسوية سلمية لحل المشاكل بيننا وبين.
But why did you do it? If Libya wasn't involved and you were the person who ordered that bombing, for instance, why did you feel you needed to give money?
لأن احنا يعني في النهاية قبلنا بالحكم الذي صدر، رغم أنه حكم غير قانوني، حكم سياسي.
So what do you say as a man, as a human being and as a father, and later you suffered, your own family suffered when the retaliatory attacks occurred in Libya over that other bombing. What do you say to the families of the people who think that you were responsible?
لا احنا عبرنا عن هذا يعني مرارا، يعني هذه مأساة، يعني شيء شنيع جدا، يعني من يؤيد عمل زي هذا لا يمكن. الذي كان واحد مجنون واحد إرهابي، مأساة حقيقية يعني.
Tell me about Israel time. We talked about your plan for Israel and Palestine.
هذا اقتراح مني أنا ناخذ نصف الكلمة هذه.
The reality is that it's not going to be as easy as you made it sound to get the Israelis and the Palestinians to stop killing each other the way they are.
إذا أرادوا إنهاء العنف وإنهاء الحرب بينهم، وإذا أرادوا أن يعيشوا اليهود في سلام والفلسطينيين في سلام، Jews and Palestinians، لابد أن يأخذ بهذا الحل. دولة واحدة ديمقراطية منزوعة أسلحة الدمار الشامل مع عودة اللاجئين الفلسطينيين.
Do you seriously believe it would work in your lifetime?
إذا هداهم الله هذا هو الحل.
They see light from Allah.
I guess I'm wondering how the Jews could see light from Allah. There is a religious problem too, isn't there? A religious difficulty.
إيش هي الصعوبة الدينية؟
That the Jews probably don't believe in Allah.
ولو شو يأثر الحل هذا مش مربوط بالدين. الحل هذا مربوط بالواقع. يعني في 4 ملايين فلسطيني تم طردهم من أرضهم، يجب يعودوا، والأرض تكون لهم جميعا، يعني فلسطينيين وإسرائيليين. ما الفرق بين إلقاء من يقول إلقاء اليهود في البحر وإلقاء الفلسطينيين في الصحراء؟ زي بعض.
I guess what I'm saying is that if it was just a simple matter of getting these people to think more sensibly about it, why hasn't it happened before?
مو الجيل الحرص القديم هذا يعني جيل رجعي متعصب.
On both sides.
لكن الشباب الجديد اعتقد سيقبل بهذا الحل.
So it's up to the young people.
نعم.
To overcome the stupidity of the old people.
بس حتى ناخذوا على غباء الجيل القديم.
Excepting yourself, of course.
استثناءك أنت سيدي.
Could you tell me how you feel at the moment as we're speaking? The Americans, the coalition forces in Afghanistan have mounted a major military offensive. What would you do about this? Do you see the Taliban, for instance, as freedom fighters or terrorists?
مع أن طالبان ليست خطر، كان يجب عدم محاربتها. كان ممكن يسلموا أفغانستان لطالبان ويكون أمر جيد، لأن طالبان
For the
ليست
Taliban to be the government.
نعم لأن طالبان ليست القاعدة. طالبان ليست بن لادن.
So they're not terrorists. In your eyes, they're not terrorists.
لا يعني لازم تعلموا ان اللي مع بن لادن والقاعده هم عرب وليسوا عجم وليسوا افغان. طالبان افغان ويريدون ان يحكموا بلادهم بطريقه دينيه، هم احرار في ذلك. زي الفاتيكان بيعملوها زي الفاتيكان. وشو يعني الخطر في هذا؟ وبعدين طالبان ما عندهاش امكانيات باش تغزو امريكا وتغزو اوروبا. الذي ربط طالبان طالبان او افغانستان بالقاعده هم الغرب والامريكان. العلاقه صنعوها الامريكان والدول الحليفه لامريكا الاسلاميه في العالم الاسلامي.
Do you believe America is a dangerous nation where world peace is concerned? And do you feel any better about America since Obama has been elected president?
طبعا يعني اوباما حاجه استثنائيه في ذلك شك. لكن امريكا هي امريكا. يعني اوباما يعني حده الاقصى 8 سنوات.
But do you think he should stay forever?
يا ريت.
Why do you think he is an exception?
يعني الطرح اللي يطرح فيه وبين نتيجه ثقافته ويبدو لجنس انه هو يعني افريقي وانه اسود.
So you think his Kenyan descent is important?
طبعا كيف هو جذوره حتى عربيه واسلاميه، بالتالي هو يعني عقليه مختلفه عن عقليه اليانكيين اللي قبل.
A lot of Yankees and a lot of Americans generally would be very upset to be reminded that he has Islamic roots.
ليش شوف هم عنصريين.
Could you work with the man?
طبعا.
Do you think could you imagine him coming to your country?
مش ضروري اذا جاء شيء جيد، لكن ليس مش ضروري يعني. أنا لا أطلب منه هذا، لكن لو حصل شيء جيد.
Could I ask you about democracy, because you use the word, but to people in the West, Libya is not democratic. They see you as an autocrat, almost an absolute monarch. I mean, how can you convince people in the West that your idea of democracy, which is very different from theirs, is still democracy? No political parties, no opposition.
اي طبعا هم عندهم الاحزاب تحكم، احنا عندنا الشعب يحكم. هم يجوا يعني الحل هم انهم يجوا يشوفوا ليبيا.
Do you, leader, do you have the final say? Was it you, for instance, that decided to get rid of the weapons of mass destruction?
يعني انا طبعا عندي تاثير معنوي اكيد، لاني يعني قائد الثوره، والثوره هي اللي خلقت سلطه الشعب واخرى.
So what about the people who see you as a dictator? Is that a word that you will not tolerate?
طبعا يعني أولا يعني هذا اللي يقولها واحد جاهل غبي.
But so you think that you know better than anybody how the people think and what the people want?
لا هو الشعب، لا يعني هو الشعب الآن في السلطة ويريد السلطة، والكلام هذا اللي يقال لا يقال من الشعب. إذا كان حد يقول كلام مثل هذا واحد يريد يحكم الشعب.
Will there be a Gaddafi dynasty? You have sons. Is it automatic that one of your sons will succeed you? You have said that when you go, whether you stop being the leader or, unfortunately, you pass on, that the people would all be president.
يعني هي السلطة للشعب في النهاية السلطة للشعب اللي يحكم الشعب الليبي، وبالتالي منتهية كل الخيارات الأخرى.
How do you find out what the people want?
هو الشعب الآن يقول هذا ويمارس السلطة. ممكن تكون تطرح خيارات أخرى، لكنها بديل لسلطة الشعب. الشعب حر يعني الشعب.
So it wouldn't really upset you if they said we don't like the Gaddafi system?
لا ما هو أولا يعني أنا ال 40 سنة هي ما نحكمش، مانيش في السلطة، يعني السلطة للشعب. ما فيش حاجة بياخذوها مني أو بيزيدوها.
Interestingly enough, I'm exactly the same age as you. And in 1969, when you had your bloodless coup, I started in journalism, which is a strange coincidence. And I also had a Volkswagen car like your Beetle. But we say in the West that people should have certain things on their tombstone, certain words on their tombstone. What do you think most people would want to see on Muammar Gaddafi's tombstone. Gaddafi an angel
سيدي ماذا
or
تريد
Gaddafi a villain?
ماذا تريد أن يكتب عنك؟
لا ما هو اسمع كلام السؤال الاخر.
لا يعني قصده سيدي مش نقول يعني قصدي بعد 100 سنين ماذا تريد ان يكتب عنك؟ ماذا تريد ان يكتب عنك سيدي بعد 100 سنين؟
ايه ما هو قال هو بعض الكلمات.
لا ما هو سيدي ما نبيش نقولها يعني I don't want to يقدر
لا يعني شو يريد ان انا قال عني انا اللي عملت من اجل الاخرين.
That I worked for the others. To give service to the others. That's the last question.
ما عملتش حاجة لنفسي.
So Gaddafi...
Nothing for myself.
Gaddafi the servant.
ممكن.
That's possible.
Could I finish on this note? And I thank you for...
One last question.
One last question. For a man who was regarded by many people in the West as a fearsome person and a danger to peace and democracy, how do you describe yourself to people who say that? Were we wrong about you?
طبعا بقول أنا مسامحهم لأن كانوا جهلة.
I forgive them. They were ignorant.
Today, the government of Libya announced the death of Muammar Gaddafi. This marks the end of a long and painful chapter for the people of Libya, who now have the opportunity to determine their own destiny in a new and democratic Libya. For 4 decades, the Gaddafi regime ruled the Libyan people with an iron fist. Basic human rights were denied, innocent civilians were detained, and Libya's wealth was squandered. The enormous potential of the Libyan people was held back, and terror was used as a political weapon. Today, we can definitively say that the Gaddafi regime has come to an end.
Do you believe America is a dangerous nation where world peace is concerned? And do you feel any better about America since Obama has been elected president?
طبعا يعني أوباما حاجة استثنائية في ذلك شك.
The last major regime strongholds have fallen.
But do you think he should stay forever?
يا ريت.
Gaddafi regime has come to an end.
After he killed the man, he bragged about doing it. Gaddafi is no more. We've got rid of him. His regime is over. So after you went in there and you murdered a man who said he hoped you stay in office forever and said he thought you was a good thing for our country because you was African. After you murdered him, you got your ass up on the podium and you talked down on him and you bragged about it again like you bragged about the last one. So, we got the murder of bin Laden but no evidence. We got the assassination of United States ambassador and CIA agents who said if it was up to them, Hillary is completely responsible for Benghazi and she should be tried for war crimes. Okay, and now you got Gaddafi murdered in his own country. And now, after they murdered Gaddafi...
Protesters clashing with police this week outside the Libyan embassy in Paris. They were driven to protest by the revelation that some immigrants and refugees in Libya are being traded and sold as slaves.
700. 700?
Hidden camera footage obtained by CNN shows the auctioneer boasting big, strong boys for farm work.
Off camera, someone asks, what happened to the ones from Niger? Sold off, he's told.
Thousands of desperate people from across sub-Saharan Africa routinely pour through Libya's borders, hoping to make it to Europe. But a clampdown on boats crossing the Mediterranean has meant smugglers are looking for new ways to offload their human cargo.
I honestly don't know what to say. That was probably one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen.
CNN senior international correspondent Nema El-Bagher is part of the team that investigated this story in Libya and broadcast it around the world. Nema, incredible reporting. I mean, it's really something to watch. And so I can only imagine what it was like to watch it in person. As we see you physically walk up to this auction, why did the auctioneers believe that you were there?
Well, as they understood it, we were there looking for someone. I'm from Sudan, and I speak Arabic, so I was able to say that I thought that I had heard a Sudanese accent amongst the men that were being sold. But I think it also speaks to a bigger point, which is that actually the degree of brazenness amongst these people is extraordinary, and that's, of course, because of the security situation in Libya. So while they were a little perturbed to see two women, myself and my producer, Raja Razik, walk in, the reality is they weren't afraid. And I think in a way that's almost even more horrifying. They didn't feel the need to stop what they were doing. So while our cover story allowed us to be able to speak with them and get them on record admitting that this was an auction and getting them to describe how many people they'd sold and where these people were from, realistically, I'm not even sure we really needed a cover story to be able to get in there.
We see your reaction afterward as you talk to camera, just sort of, I think, shocked yourself that this has unfolded in front of you. Tell us more about what that was like, because you've covered a number of stories around Africa that many people would find difficult. This one, though, seemed to really catch you.
I think it's probably very different being in a situation where it's a front line or, you know, there's an active conflict going on, and that's usually where you tend to see some of the more horrible things. That, in a way, is almost more easy to process. It is so much more difficult to see that level of just utter inhumanity, the reality that people will make money in any ways they can, no matter what the cost is, and they will rationalize why they're doing this and what it means to the people that are caught there. And when you speak to those who are more tangential, not the actual auctioneers, but are more tangential to the entire smuggling trade, they seem to feel like they're actually providing a service. You know, these people want to get to Europe and we're getting them to Europe. And I think for me, that was what was really shocking. The mental hoops that we will jump through to justify the things that we do to each other.
The footage has certainly garnered attention worldwide. We're here in Canada talking about it. What has come of this story?
It seems to really have had an incredibly visceral reaction, and I don't know whether it's because this is something that we've been hearing murmurs about for a while. So it's almost like someone tells you that the worst possible thing that you hoped wasn't still happening, still was. And I think perhaps part of that reaction is people feel like we thought that we had put it behind us. And perhaps there's also a little part of that that speaks, especially in the African diaspora. It's had a huge response amongst African Americans in the US, African migrant population in Paris. And I think that's because this is still so recent in human history. And to be told that no matter how horrible things are, no matter how overt racism or how systemic racism is in Europe or in the US or even in Canada, the issues about the way that the indigenous populations in Canada were treated, all of that are ramifications of a distant past. And to actually find out that, no, this isn't in the past, that this happens now. This is happening as we speak.
Now, my question is this. If CNN got a reporter over there watching people go through a modern-day slave auction, why wasn't United States troops there the next fucking day? You told us you went in there to liberate the country. How is the country that you went to liberate now under modern-day slavery, under Obama's fucking watch? You was president for 8 years. Halfway through your regime, you killed Gaddafi. Now, as the man who people say is a legend, and the people say they miss their leader, they say they should have never allowed America into their country. Now, those people are slaves. You went to liberate Afghanistan. And now, the whole world is heroin addicts. You went to liberate Iraq. You hung Saddam Hussein without a trial. You ran through his nation and destroyed it without trial. What you say is supposed to happen. So you got hiring murder, United States murder squads. And I'm going to show you the executive order that your president, Barack Obama, signed that says that they have the right, anybody who is suspected of terrorism, you do not have to have proof. You don't have to have proof. All we have to do is think you one and have information that we trust, and we have the right to kill you. Barack Obama signed that. Now, the funny part about this is, y'all wasn't ready for this lecture. Y'all they can't even hang. Do y'all realize this is just politics? I'm finna end politics and get into this man business. I told you tonight, we playing the role of a disgruntled baby mama. We finna get into this man business. Where was you at last night, Barack? Don't lie. I know you was with that heifer, Barack. In this case, I know you. I'll say that for later. We finna get into this boy business. So now, when you look at politically, when you look at his policies, this man is a war tyrant. They gave him a Nobel Peace Prize. He bombed 7 countries. Now, to some of y'all, y'all would say, some people, I heard some people say they was little countries. I heard some people say that they was Arabic or they was whatever the case may be. Do you know what a country is? Do you know how big a country is? It's hundreds of thousands of people in a country. So when you bomb a country, my dude, that means you fly through that whole joint and drop them off. See, they told y'all 9/11, excuse me, they told y'all 9/11, they blew up 2 towers. And that was the worst terror on American soil. Now let's just say that did happen for real. The worst terror on American soil is getting 2 buildings blown up. That's not getting America bombed. I say he bombed 7 countries. That means the whole country get it. That means every state, every city, every province, everybody gets it. And we don't walk up and talk to you. We fly over and drop thumpers on you. And here's what we do. Here's how this go. When you fly through an area, you level it. And then you double back around and make sure it's level. And then you dispatch and deploy people on the ground to run through the rubble. Anything alive, you see somebody leaning up, coming up out of a rock. Little baby running down the street. A woman, take her in the back. Another man, take him in the back too. This is war. Real shit. And I ain't exaggerating and I ain't trying to be funny. This is what your soldiers do. When y'all sit and cheer about, yeah, they bombed another country, this is what it consists of. When y'all sit and cheer, yeah, we won the war, this is what winning the war means. It means innocent women and children who don't know a fucking thing about politics. Some of them probably never even read a book or never even had a political discussion. They just take care of their families and raise their children. Those innocent women and children die for a disagreement amongst men in power. It's got nothing to do with the women and children that die. So now with that being said, these are the policies and the things that your president Obama stood by. Because remember, we don't know who he is. We don't have a birth certificate. His mother's name allegedly was Ann Dunham. So now, why is the president of the United States Why is the President of the United States got stolen identification? Now, he was listed under a different name in his mother's passport. He claims to be natural-born United States citizen that never lost citizenship. His passport records of Obama's mother, Stanley Ann Soetoro, shows Obama under a different name. Soborka shows him crossed out, removed from his mother's passport due to foreign allegiance. So on his passport, his name is Soborka. Now, Soetoro, who is Soetoro? Now, his mother, she done been with a couple different guys. Let's just get that out the way. So his past get a little assorted trying to figure out who this guy is because we don't know who his mama is. His college records are sealed. He went to Occidental College in Hawaii. The records are sealed. He went to Columbia College, sealed. His Columbia thesis paper, sealed. His Harvard College records, sealed. His selective service records, sealed. His medical records, sealed. His Illinois State Senate schedule, sealed. Illinois State Senate records, sealed. His law practice client list, sealed. His certified copy of his original birth certificate, sealed. His actual birth records, don't have any. Actual marriage documents, don't have any. The parents, don't have any. His actual divorce decree, don't have any. Actual school records, don't have any. Family photos, we only got a couple. Legitimate selective service application, don't got that. His passport, we don't got that. The President of the United States does not have a justified passport. How is that possible? Now, I got this white guy right here who's the professor for Columbia College for 46 years. I'm finna read a direct quote from this guy. I taught at Columbia for 46 years. I taught every significant American politician that ever studied at Columbia. I know them all. I'm proud of them all. Between American history and diplomatic history, one way or another, they all had to come through my classes, not Obama. I never had a student with that name in any of my classes. I never met him, never saw him, never heard of him. None of the other Columbia professors knew him. Direct quote, and I quote. Hey, peace to all the queens in the chat. Happy Mother's Day. I love y'all. All of y'all are fucking beautiful. And not to mention, y'all created the planet, so hey, I guess I owe you something, right? So now, either way it go, so now, we got that quote from him. Now, we got another problem. This is the guy, he's from Hawaii, the Soetoro. Now, it's he got a maid that or a nanny. And here's another thing. This is important. His nanny is a transsexual. He got a transsexual nanny. His mother married a Hawaiian dude. And that was his stepdad. So when she went to school, they broke up. She went to school and she gave him to his grandparents. So his grandparents ended up raising him. That's how he got the good ass education. Okay, now, this right here. This is a picture of his grandparents and his mother sitting on the couch. And I'm finna read this to y'all. It says, nevertheless, all mystery surrounding Obama appears to be a generational thing. Researchers have discovered nearly a dozen aliases, at least 2 different social security numbers, and upwards of over 99 separate addresses for Ann Dunham, his mother. We do know she works for ultra-liberal Ford Foundation, but we also know she may have earned some income from pornography poses, as evidenced by photos recently discovered by researchers. How embarrassing. The only thing researchers are able to find out about Obama is that his mom used to do porn. That is kind of embarrassing. Now check this out. All told, there are 49 addresses and 16 different social security numbers listed for a person named is spelled Barack Obama. In some cases, the middle initial H is listed. If you were to expand the search to include closely related names such as, hold on y'all, Barack Obama. You will find more than a dozen additional addresses and social security numbers. Finally, the one social security number Obama most frequently used, the one beginning with 042, is the number used in Connecticut sometime during 1976 and 1977. There's no record of Obama ever living or working in Connecticut. During this time period, Obama would have been 15 or 16 years old living in Hawaii. So the only he used a social security number the most is the 042 number. It was used in Connecticut during 1976 and 1977 when he was only 15 or 16. So that ain't your damn social security number. That was a lie. The lie detector detected that was a lie. I ain't done with him. This picture is him and his grandmother, Mandolin Dunham, a volunteer at the Oahu Circuit Court Probate Department, and had access to social security numbers of deceased people. So, Grandma, for some reason or another, volunteered at the social security place where you can take the names of dead people and play with them. Grandma just happened to volunteer there. And now we got a dude for the United States presidency, and we don't know who he is. Because he got a grandma that's good with that paper. So she wrote that the probation department, Circuit Court Probation Department or something like that. Either way it go, Granny had that, she had access to that merch. So now we got forged documents, we got a birth certificate forgery, we got a grandmother who is basically working at a place where you can forge documents, and we got a grandmother, a grandson, and a mother, all who have had multiple identities over the duration of 30, 40 years. Something about that ain't right. Okay, so now we got another problem. When we start looking into identity, we got to ask yourself, what's up with these kids? What's up with the Obama kids? Because I got a picture right here of some people who claim that those are their kids. And in this picture, you got, let me see. Okay, I'm looking at the top row of the picture right now. You got Obama. You got Obama. No, you got the dude who say he the real dad in the corner. You got the girl in the middle, and then you got Obama on the end. On the bottom, you got the woman who say she the real mother. Then you got the daughter, and you got Michelle in the middle. If you tell me these kids don't look like the people who say they're their parents, you tripping. I've asked 30 people this question. Only one person out of 30, and I ain't going to put the queen on blast because I love her, but only one person out of 30 said these kids look like Obama now. Because if we can't trust who he is, I say, okay, well, if we can't figure out who Obama is, maybe we can go to maybe some marriage license. Maybe, what if we had some pictures of Michelle pregnant? That would help us out, right? Hey, if we had pictures of Michelle pregnant, would that help us out? It might. But the one thing I do know is that they say, I was watching this clip from Joan Rivers, right? And she was promoting a new book. And as she walked past, they asked her a question about do she think that, because she was performing for a gay wedding. So they asked her, do she think at some point she is going, we'll see our first gay president?
Ms. Rivers, how are you? you made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I am so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't charge.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman
we
president?
already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay.
Huh? Wait a minute. Wait. What'd you just say? What did you just say to me? Now, why am I bringing this up? Because y'all queens, y'all got babies. What woman don't get, unless you experienced a big ass house fire, what woman on this planet doesn't have pregnancy pictures? You don't got no pregnancy pictures. None. No images of you pregnant. Who? Name me a black woman on the planet. I'm just looking at these little bitty ass boxes, y'all. Name me a black woman on the planet that don't got pregnancy pictures. Name me any woman. She ain't got to be black. She could be blue with 2 foreheads. You show me a woman that don't got pictures of her little angels in the oven. Except for Michelle Obama. Because Michelle don't got no pictures. Now, they say, now I got pictures. I got pictures up the wazoo of a man named Michael that they say Michelle's real name is Michael. Now, this is all they say. This is the they say segment of the show. They say Michelle's real name is Michael. Why does this matter? The only way I ended up here is because I was looking for pictures of the first lady impregnated because I got to solidify this marriage. At the beginning of this, I said I had something to prove. So that means I have to show you every little filthy behavior that I feel is inadequate, that I feel is adequate to help my case. The only thing I cannot do is fabricate anything. So I cannot tell you that anything I'm about to say is factual. I'm going to tell you what they said. And I'm going to tell you what speculation is. And I may here and there give you my opinion. But I'm going to stay as far away from my opinion as possible. Now keep in mind, they say Michelle's name is Michael. I happen to have in my possession 2 videos of the president accidentally saying Michael.
Men and women of the finest military in the world. Most of all, Admiral Mullen, Deborah, Michael and I.
Is anything scaring?
You know, well, when Michelle's mad. When Michelle's mad.
Okay. I don't know how you could make that mistake, but I guess maybe you could. I've never mistaken a woman that I love for some random guy that they say she used to be. But hey, I'm not the president. He's under a lot of pressure. What we do have another problem with is we got people saying that those are their kids and they want them back or they're suing. You go to the fact check. Now fact check says that that's not a realistic story. But I looked the story up like 3-4 years ago and it was a realistic story then. So now fact check says it's not a real story. But either way it goes, there's an alleged story of some people who said they want their damn kids back. Sound like common black baby mama drama. One side say one thing, the other side say you're lying. I've been there before. So either way it goes, somebody lying about their kids. Either way it goes, somebody lying about their kids. But in the meanwhile, we don't got no pregnancy pictures. Is what we don't got. We don't got no pregnancy pictures. We don't got no birth certificate. We don't got no proof of marriage license. We don't got any of this thing from the Obamas. Any of this from the Obamas. But I tell you what we do got. We got his name on the Epstein flight list to go to Orgy Island where they drink adrenochrome and rape little children, we got him and Michelle on that flight list. We got 150,000 some man indictment. And I'll be damned if it don't say Barack Hussein Obama on that motherfucking indictment list. Whatever the fuck your name is, your fake name is on that indictment list. And I'll be damned if I don't got a picture with your current Barack Obama with a fucking ankle bracelet the size of your head on his ankle. Now, he tried to play it off because he on a surfboard. But he got two things attached to his ankle. When you surf, you attach one of the clamps to your ankle. The other ankle should be free. Why he got two ankle things on? Hillary Clinton, looking like a big-ass blue whale with a beach dress on, with an ankle monitor the size of your goddamn head. Why she got an ankle monitor on? His ass can't come out the house. How come I got the email? Now, I ain't gonna go over it because I ain't gonna bore y'all with the Pizzagate thing. But if you've been rocking with me, which all y'all have, we done beat Pizzagate to death. So we know what Pizzagate is all about. Okay, I got the email with Obama, with them saying they think Obama ordered $65,000 in pizza and hot dogs for the weekend. Do you think he's using the same channels as us? Okay, pizza is a child. Hot dogs is a little boy. So when you say pizza and hot dogs, that means you want little boys. You can go on the FBI website. They got all the pedophile lingo. I don't got to do all y'all work for y'all. It's right there. You can Google pedophile lingo, pedophile code words. Google that shit, and it'll give you a list of them. Now, Larry Sinclair testified in front of a grand jury. Larry Sinclair, y'all look his name up. He did all kind of shows and all kind of shit. He testified in front of a grand...
I would hear from someone in a few days. In mid to late October 2007, I received a second call from this Mr. Young, at which time I clearly became aware that this individual was personally involved with Senator Obama rather than just an employee of his campaign. The tone of the conversation had a sexual nature. Mr. Young did not once advise me how he obtained my phone number, which by this time had now changed to a Delaware number. In late October 2007, I received a text message from the gentleman identified as Mr. Young, in which he stated he was intimately involved with Senator Obama and that Obama was discussing with him and his pastor how to publicly acknowledge Senator Obama's drug use in 1999, and that Obama wanted to be sure I had not discussed the sexual encounters or drug incidents with any media at that time. In mid to late November 2007, in another text message from Mr. Young, he advised me that Senator Obama will publicly correct his statement as to the last time he used drugs, and I did not need to concern myself with publicly disclosing it myself. The last contact I had with Mr. Young was in early December 2007, when he made it clear to me that Senator Obama had no intentions of publicly acknowledging his 1999 use of crack cocaine, and that Mr. Young was in fact doing nothing more than milking information from me for Senator Obama's use. I later learned that A. Donald Young, the choir director of Reverend Wright's Trinity United Church of Christ, Obama's now former church, and who was openly homosexual, learned that he was murdered on December 23rd of 2007. I have cooperated with the Chicago Police Department in this matter by providing them the telephone numbers I was using during the fall of 2007. And I release them now publicly in the hope that someone may be able to connect the dots between these telephone numbers and Mr. Young. Those numbers are 954-758. Actually, that should be 956. That's another typo. 956-758-1105. 956-758-1885. 956-758-8002, 302-685-7175, 612-466-1043. In what I now realize was a naive and uncounseled decision, I posted in January 2008 a video on YouTube where I related the above information regarding my liaisons with Senator Obama in 1999. The response was overwhelming, and I quickly became the recipient of what in hindsight appears to have been a coordinated attack on my character, with ever-increasing falsehoods circulating on the internet. In response, I agreed to take a polygraph test sponsored by WhiteHouse.com. The results of that test have been partially revealed to the end of labeling me a liar and taken as gospel by all. I'd like to make the following comments about that polygraph test. First, I have been subsequently advised that WhiteHouse.com was a website dedicated to anti-Clinton pornography until earlier this year. In fact, until January of 2008, to be exact. Second, I have now come to understand that lie detectors are junk science at best, which is why courts of law refuse to use them. Third, a review of the results by a George W. Matchik, PhD of antipolygraph.org, raises serious questions about the legitimacy of this particular examination. Indeed, overlooked by almost everyone is that WhiteHouse.com's own examiner, Dr. Gordon Barlin, Salt Lake City, Utah, observed that on the drug question regarding Senator Obama, that the computerized score found that there was less than 1% probability of deception by me. That's about as high a passing score as one could possibly obtain. Finally, in February 2008, I was told anonymously that Dan Parisi of WhiteHouse.com received $750,000 from the Obama campaign through David Axelrod's AKP Media and Message One, or Message and Media, I think, to organize an effort to publicly discredit me. When I confronted Dan Parisi with this allegation, he did not deny it, but instead withdrew the second exonerating polygraph report of Dr. Gordon Barlin, failed to post the video of my polygraph as he and WhiteHouse.com promised they would do, and even removed posts from their website altogether, claiming that I had had enough of the attacks by Sinclair's supporters and Sinclair himself, quote unquote. The polygraph results, as misrepresented, were immediately seized upon by the blogger community, and I became the subject of vicious lies about me. I was forced to file a lawsuit in an attempt to stop those lies about me that had been circulating. That lawsuit sought to obtain the proof of what I was saying about my contact with Senator Obama through subpoenas for the identities of the anonymous bloggers, so they could be linked to the Obama campaign and relevant records of the cell phone companies to prove the truth of my allegations. To date, though the lawsuit is now over 90 days old, Judge Henry Kennedy has refused to permit the suit to move forward so this evidence may be obtained. In conclusion, in sum, you can discredit my story, and then you can make your decision on who should be next President of the United States. The burden is now off of me, as I have told my story without the distortions that have been intentionally heaped on me, and what my lawyer tells me is an ad hominem attack. Shoot the messenger so you don't have to hear the message he is bringing. I'm now done. It's for others to find the corroborating evidence of my story by locating the limousine driver, Mr. Multani, by checking the telephone numbers related to Donald Young and Senator Obama. I leave you with these questions that I've asked of Senator Obama, but in which he, of course, refuses to answer. Who wants to be the next President of the United States? Has refused to answer. Number one, why won't Senator Obama provide his cell phone numbers and telephone records for all his personal and official cell phones held by him for the time period of no more than November 3rd through November 8th of 1999 when we met? Two, why won't Senator Obama provide his cell phone numbers and telephone records for all his personal and official cell phones held by Senator Obama for September 2007 through December 23rd of 2007, the murder of Donald Young? Three, why won't Senator Obama provide all email communication, both personal and campaign related to and or from AKP Media and Message from January 18th, 2008 through February 29th of 2008 for Senator Obama, David Axelrod, and David Plouffe? Fourth, Why won't Senator Obama provide proof of all payments made from AKP Media, Obama for America, David Axelrod, David Plouffe, and Senator Obama's accounts for the period of January 18, 2008 through February 29th of 2008? On a website that we posted today, LarrySinclair.org, you will find the documents that I have referred to in the statement. A copy of the homepage for that website is attached. And Mark's going to be passing them out. Thank you for the time and your attention this afternoon, and I will now take any questions.
So you got a man who testified in front of a grand jury that him and Barack, first they did cocaine, and he got a book out about it. How come this man never got sued? How come the Obama administration never talked to him? How come this shit didn't make the news? Somebody says your president gave your president oral sex and he smoked crack with the president. And this shit wasn't on the news? Now, we got this thing about Michael and Michelle. Okay. This is all evidence. We don't know if it's true or not. But we got this thing with the Michael and the Michelle thing. Then we got this thing with no baby pictures and no pregnancy. How come we don't got them, the Obama kids as newborns? We don't got no pictures of Michelle Michelle and Obama with the baby talking, playing. You know how you do that? I got plenty footage of me playing with my 1-year-old before he could walk and shit like that. Where is the footage the Obamas got of that with the kids? Where is the pictures that Michelle got of her pregnant with the kids? We don't got none of that. Okay, now, we got him slipping up saying Michael, and we heard his name was Michael. We don't know it, but we heard. Okay, now we got a man, Larry Sinclair, that comes out and said he had sexual relations with the president. Now we got Joan Rivers, who said that Michelle Obama is a tranny. Now, you do realize that Joan Rivers got fired for saying that, and she came up dead. Now, if you look into Joan Rivers, her daughter is screaming to the high heavens, they killed my mother. Y'all don't hear about this shit? Why? Why don't nobody know that Joan Rivers' daughter is saying they did something wrong at the operating place? They got doctors to come through. Okay, the drug that they gave her, I forgot the name of it, but y'all know I look into everything. So I look into the Joan Rivers case. They gave her something. Oh, matter of fact, the dude that allegedly administered the fatal dose to Michael Jackson, they had him doing an interview. They tried to railroad him in the interview, but he handled himself well. And he still didn't admit to killing Mike. Keep that in mind. He still ain't admitting to that shit. Now, but what they said is the drug that they gave her 30 milligrams of it. He said that is there's no way on the planet they should have gave her that much. Whatever this drug is, she went, she was doing all kind of nose surgeries, facelifts, and all kind of shit. So I think she was getting something done to her nose. And she went under, and the dose that they gave her killed her. How come ain't nobody in jail for killing Joan Rivers? Huh? Nobody went to jail. Nobody. Now look what they did with Michael. They made it a big deal with the doctor and all that shit. He lost his medical license and all that shit. What happened with Joan Rivers? Her doctor. Nobody lost their medical license. Y'all didn't even know about this shit till I just told you. It didn't make national news or nothing. So she says Miss Obama is a tranny, comes up dead. A lot of people attached to this Obama shit that's coming up dead. I think this man going public and making such a big deal out of it is what saved his life, to be honest with you. Because everybody else from their past that they can draw a line to is getting whacked. So we got 3 people that we know of that had something to say about Obama or Michelle, about Obama being gay or Michelle being transgender. And 3 people that we know of that we can pinpoint came up dead and missing. Now, you got all of this funny shit where we can't find out who he is. all his records are sealed. We don't know his address to none of his places of residence. Now we got Michelle on the other hand. We don't know shit about her history. We got people from Chicago saying they never even heard of the Obamas. We got people actively in Chicago saying they never even heard of this guy. So now that's another problem. So now let's get back to this thing. Now we know that this same guy is been caught up into this Pizzagate thing because I'm going to provide his name on this indictment. So now we got a guy getting indicted and we got emails suggesting that he could potentially be involved in child pedophilia. Now, the one who is the #1 person who we almost know for a fact is involved in Pizzagate is Hillary Clinton. We know through the Clinton Foundation that in Haiti, in that Haiti Foundation with the Clintons, we know for a fact that they've been under investigation for trafficking children out of Haiti. We know for a fact when the Amber Alert lady got caught trafficking children out of Haiti, the Clintons paid for her lawyer. So all my point is, how do I know all of these things about Hillary Clinton, but the President of the United States don't got enough intel to know her background? And he makes her the Secretary of State. So all of these things that's been going on for the last 10 years, 10, 20, 30 years with Hillary, I know about, but the President of the United States, who's got the top intel on the planet, he don't know about these things. He's so blind that he makes her Secretary of State. Are we this naive to believe this? So now you got two connections with the baby fondlers. You got Freaky Bill, who's on Epstein's flight list 25 times. You got Michelle and Barack, who's on the Epstein flight list multiple times. That's a connection right there. Now, you got this email where Obama's ordering up pizza and hot dogs, 65,000. Unless that motherfucker was at Soldier Field that night, I ain't buying it. That's another connection with some type of pedophilia and possible homosexuality. Now, we got all of these things that lead in that direction. We still not indicting them because we don't know. But when I put this picture up with this nigga in this costume, this nigga got on a... Okay, we back from the picture. Y'all laughing like a motherfucker. Ain't this nigga sick? Did you see that picture? Did you see that weird shit? That whatever the fuck that was? That Wicked Witch of the West platinum dress, whatever the fuck he had on, I don't want no parts of it. I ain't never even seen no shit like that at the freak parties. So either way it go. So now look at the dude he's standing next to. Now, the dude he's standing next to in the freaky ass costume is this dude right here. I'm showing y'all pictures. So this dude right here in the costume. Now, read this bio. This is one of his aides. This is one of his right-hand men. Bada boom. Now, him and his right-hand man is at the Bilderberg freak party, and Obama got on a dress that your grandma in drag wouldn't wear. Or something. I don't know. Maybe your granddaddy in drag. I don't know. Nobody will wear this thing. It's weird. So either way it go. So now, that's some more weird, possible homosexual shit leaning in that direction. Now, let's get back into some things that we can prove. This is the president that approved same-sex marriage, right? We can verify that. We can verify that. Okay, this is the president that came up with the unisex bathrooms. The genderless bathrooms. Obama created those too, right? Okay. He did give a speech on how he's changing his views on being transgender and how he's supporting it, and then he passed the bill. He did damn near make the LGBTQ a civil rights group. So, what I need y'all to tell me is when in the history of history has a heterosexual man made homosexuality his #1 challenge when he had a power of authority. So your claim to fame in the Oval Office for 8 years, the most policies you passed had to do with gay rights and homosexuality and transgenderism. And war. And you passed the Propaganda Act, which means, and I'm going to show y'all the Propaganda Act that he passed, which means you can legally use propaganda for the sake of military security or whatever in the country. He passed that act too. If we feel the need, we can lie to you. He passed that. And if we think you doing something against the country, whether we have proof or not, as long as we trust our source, we can kill you. American citizens is what the bill says. Because he killed a dude, and I'm going to show y'all this dude right here. This dude right here that I'm showing you the picture of, and his son. They were Arabic, but they were United States citizens. He got intel that they had something to do with Al-Qaeda, killed that man and his son on a private mission that he did not tell the American people about until afterwards. So you didn't even get the mission approved. And you ran into another country, murdered a man and his 16-year-old son because of alleged ties to Al-Qaeda. This is your guy. So now, but we ain't getting off the hook with this funny farm shit. So now, let's see. You look at your policies and procedures. You look at all of these things. And now you got this Larry guy, Larry Sinclair. Now Larry Sinclair says you part of the goddamn funny farm. He got pictures. He got evidence. He wrote a book about it. Now, we think you got a wife that could be a husband named Michael. And to prove us wrong, you get on the podium and accidentally call her or him Michael. And then on top of that, we don't got no pregnancy pictures. Now, we look into your background. You don't have a birth certificate. We got all your school records are sealed. All of your dental records are sealed. All government records, all medical records. Everything attached to you is sealed. Do y'all realize no president in the history of this nation has ever exercised such rights? No president in the history of this nation has never exercised such rights. Now, you got to ask yourself, who is this guy? And keep in mind, he grew up with a transgender nurse. And you can look that up. You can get the interview from her. She said she don't think he knew. You got that shit from somewhere. Either way it go, there's a lot of, see, in the court of law, that's the beauty of the court of law. I don't have to prove anything. All we have to do to get a conviction tonight is prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Barack Obama has a lot of the same attributes as Satan, and beyond a reasonable doubt, because you do realize Satan is genderless, and a huge part of being Satanist is being homosexual. A huge part of being a Satanist is being a homosexual, just so you know. The leading authority on Satanism to ever hit this planet is Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley believed in do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. Meaning you are a god of Satan. You are a satanic god. You have no restraints. Satan is the god of this planet. You are a satanic god. There is no restraints. Do what you want. So that means if I want to have sex with a boy, I can. If I want to have sex with a girl, it doesn't matter. There is no sexuality. I'm a god. This is what Satanism teaches you. So therefore, to these people, in their mind, they're not doing anything wrong, but fulfilling their religious practice that they believe they have the right to and are entitled to. So with that being said, you cannot hold yourself, you cannot hold these people to the to how you think. You try to hold people to your thought process. Your religion is pray to a white dude. Their religion is pray to the red dude. Completely different belief system. It'll be fucked up when both of y'all realize you both talking to the same person. That's what I'm waiting on you to figure out, that both of y'all talking to the same damn person. And your scheme was concocted by the same damn people so that we can sit back one day, see a bunch of shit that we not supposed to see, and allow it. Like when we see the yes we can symbol, the Obama campaign symbol is the same symbol as Lucius Trust. Well, who is Lucius Trust? Lucifer Trust. Okay, so why did your president steal a symbol from Lucius Trust and make it his campaign symbol? And how come if I say yes we can and I play it backwards slow, yes we can, yes we can, yes we can, Hail Satan, yes we can, Hail Satan, yes we can. Let me guess, you think I made that up? Because I'm just so clever. If I was as smart as y'all thought, I'd be a lot richer. So, we also got his inauguration party. His inauguration party, I got the flyer for his inauguration party. There's a big-ass Masonic compass on the flyer for his inauguration party. Why is there a big-ass Masonic compass on the flyer for his inauguration party? Because if you look at the flyer for any inauguration party, it's a big-ass Masonic compass on it. So it's safe to say that the United States presidency is synonymous with Freemasonry. Gotta be one to be one. Get it? Gotta be one to be one. So if you go to the Clinton inauguration flyer, if you go to the Bush inauguration, all of them gonna look the same. And you would think over the year they'd have worked on the color scheme, but they didn't. So either way it goes, I got pictures of this sick dude with Harvey Weinstein. Why are you with Harvey Weinstein? So with that being said, my last thing. If Michelle's not Michael, riddle me this, Batman. Why did the First Lady feel it necessary to write a book called The Michelle Obama Unofficial White House Guide to Rights and Privilege of Transgender? Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Ooh, I could have been doing this the whole time. Damn. Y'all see that? Read that. Read that. Read that what that say. Read that what that say. That's Michelle. That's her. It ain't Photoshop. That's her. With that little ugly ass dog. And she's sitting in the garden trying to look like a good housewife. Y'all peep the play. She wants you to think she look like a good housewife. I just told you. They have single-handedly taken your civil rights. Here's why I use that cover. Or why I wanted it to be one of the covers. It's two things here. My information leads me to believe that that is a red version of the Quran. When he was sworn in, he says he has two different Bibles. He says it's the Abraham Lincoln Bible. He said, peace, Queen, thank you. He said it's the Abraham Lincoln Bible. And he said that is the Dr. King Bible. Didn't know Dr. King had his own Bible. I don't know why it would be red when he was a blue blood Mason. But okay, whatever. Okay, so now, my thing is this. Whichever Bible it was, if it was a Dr. King Bible, since that's the lie you told, I'm going to cook you off that lie. Okay, let's go with it. It's the Dr. King Bible. Now, I just went and told y'all that they single-handedly took our civil rights and handed it over to the homosexual LGBT community. So, why does this book say the Michelle Obama Unofficial White House Guide? First of all, why the fuck does the White House have a guide? to rights and privileges of transgender persons. Rights and privileges of transgender persons? So you take your penis and turn it into a vagina and we owe you something. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. I told y'all, most of this was going to be fact, and every once in a while I was going to slap my penis in. That was the only one I had most of the night, so I think I'm entitled. Transgender persons, a guy, White House, rights, privileges. If that don't reek of a fucking civil rights movement for them, I don't know what it is. But they got rights now. They formed, and they got, basically they have become a civil rights activist group. The LGBT community is an activist group now. And they're huge. It's probably the biggest activist group in the country. Keep that in mind. So now, with that being said, we got more than enough for me to say in closing. First and foremost, he hired someone to be Secretary of State that should possibly be tried for treason. Even before the kid thing, she was under investigation for embezzling like $700 million or some shit. So, on the investigation alone, you shouldn't be my Secretary of State. He also just told us that he's backing Joe Biden and endorsing Biden. Creepy Joe. You're going to fucking endorse Creepy Joe right in front of us, huh? This is our opening statements. And then we go farther to say that this woman is a racist and is locked up 80% of black America, and you endorse her once again. If nothing else, her husband is a raving sexual animal. If nothing else, you still endorsed her. Okay, fine. So now, on top of that, you got the Benghazi thing where y'all took your own people, let them die, didn't send them help for 7 hours. You let your people be under attack and demolished. The whole team damn near got killed, slaughtered. Okay. Then the man who said he wished you could stay in office forever and you would be a great contribution to the American political scale, Gaddafi. You hunted him down. You forced propaganda against us, turned his country and us against him, and then you murdered him, then you bragged about it. Okay. You said you killed Bin Laden. You didn't find nobody. You sprinkled ashes of a body that we never found. And then all of the Navy SEALs that helped you do it all turned up dead within a year. You got this guy, this Larry, whoever the fuck, saying that you like to smoke crack and get your balls blown on. We don't know if it's true or not, but he damn sure said it and testified under the, here's the thing, okay, we watched Little Kim do a fucking year for perjury. We watched a couple other artists do a year for perjury. Okay, if this Larry Sinclair dude was lying, how come he didn't spend 1 day in jail for perjury and lying under oath? He took multiple lie detector tests, and he still didn't spend a day in jail. If I'm on trial for murder, and I failed a lie detector test, guess where I'm going? Okay, if you're on trial for slandering the United States president, this is national security. You're slandering the top official on the planet. And you didn't spend a day in jail for this lie. Okay, well, then I don't believe it's a lie. We don't have pictures of Michelle motherfucking Obama pregnant, but we do have pictures of some nigga named Michael that looks strong in a bitch. I'm sorry, y'all. I couldn't resist. Wait till y'all see that picture. Cause when they said is there anything that the president is scared of? That nigga stuttered. Y'all gonna see. He said, "Well, when my Michelle gets mad, hold on. When you see the muscles on Michael, you can see why he don't like when Michael get mad. Michael probably been there slapping the shit out of Obama. I said, fuck your foreign policy." Okay, y'all. That is not part of the lecture. Nothing about that is factual. That is all just my personal opinion. I do not know if Michael LeVon Robinson be slapping the shit out of Obama around the house. I can't prove that. Although, I would go out on a limb and put money on it. Now, you can ask me that. We won't deal with opinions. I'm a poker player. I like to gamble a little bit. So, ask me. Don't ask me, is it true? Ask me, if I had 1,000, would I bet you that Michael be beaten? Would I bet you $1,000 that Michael be beating up Obama sometimes? I think so. I think so. I can't prove it. I don't have, this the one thing, I got a picture of this nigga in a Cinderella glitter dress with devil horns on, but I cannot produce a picture of Michael beating his ass. If I could have, I swear to God, I would have had it for y'all. That's about the only picture. I got a picture of this nigga doing everything imaginable. I got a picture of him doing everything imaginable, but I couldn't manage to get footage of LeVon with this nigga choked up. But I'm trying, I swear to y'all. So either way it go. Now, we examining the information. This is our closing statement. We got emails of him ordering pizza and boys, $65,000. And until you show me the receipt of the night that Obama bought out Soldier Field, then I have to assume pizza and hot dogs meant little naked boys. I'm just saying. So now, the reason why I can make this assumption is because I have the Epstein flight log and he's in it. Epstein got a place called Orgy Island where they rape little kids and drink blood. So Obama was on the list where, so I can't say, just like I don't got a picture of LeVon beating the brakes off of him, but I think so. I don't got a picture of him strangling a child and drinking blood, but I do got pictures of the list that a plane takes people to the island to strangle kids and drink blood. He's on the plane that goes there to do that. I don't have a picture of him actually doing it, but I do have him on the plane that goes there. So, I mean, research has its ups and downs. I'm sorry. So that's where we're at with this thing. We have tons of things that lead towards possible closet homosexuality / transgenderism within the Obama family. None of this I can say for a fact. But given his track record with the whole 44 Antichrist thing, and knowing that all of these people follow Crowley, here's another thing. Here's the moment where I'm posting up this picture of Obama at the gym with a little white kid, and his t-shirt says Aleister Crowley 2012. Now, here's the problem. When you look at that t-shirt, I already broke down who Aleister Crowley is. Aleister Crowley is the biggest Satanist to ever hit the planet. His philosophy is do what thou wilt. Thou should be the whole of the law. That philosophy became the philosophy of the Freemason. So that is the philosophy of Freemasonry now. Now, Aleister Crowley is most known for his book Morals and Dogma. In this book, where he breaks down the best sacrifice for Satan is that of a young boy, an innocent young boy. This is what he says. I didn't make this weird shit up. It's this sick-ass white dude that created this thought process. And he wrote it in a book. Okay, for some reason, other sick-ass white people saw this dumbass book as the Holy Grail. So, in this book, when he explains this, now I look at a picture of Barack Obama with a t-shirt that says Aleister Crowley while he's hugging a little white kid. I can only assume, this ain't funny. I can only assume that he either ate that little boy or he wants to, or he's gonna, or one of the three, or D, all of the above. I don't know. But that's the assumption I have to make. Why do I have to make this assumption? Because now, I know what y'all thinking, because I know how y'all like heroes and how y'all love to say people. Y'all gonna say, it's just a t-shirt. Maybe he didn't know what it meant. You're right. It's just a t-shirt. Maybe he didn't know what it meant. And the only reason why I can't go with that is because the AC 2012 was an event. And it's got a website attached to it. Guess who was one of the #1 people on the website rocking the shirt? So you took a photo op for a website to promote something. Now, why is the President of the United States agreeing to promote Aleister Crowley 2012 event? And why is the President of the United States agreeing? You know damn well you cannot put the image of the President of the United States on anything of that magnitude and get away with it. Aleister Crowley is huge. He's got millions of followers. He is basically Manson, the real deal. Manson was like a poser. Aleister Crowley is like the real deal. Okay. That guy is having an event. And he's choosing the President of the United States to rock a t-shirt on his site for his event. Why is the President agreeing to this? Now, what I want to know is two things. How the fuck you leave here and look at fucking Obama the same? And how you leave here and look at your world the same? Knowledge is the only real power. Information is the only real currency. I love y'all. I'm gone.